just appreciate the title screen music for a moment. So, time to continue. Do bleh. Bleh. Oh wait, I could just set this to one person for what I'm gonna do right now, actually. Because I figured last time we didn't do any side quests, so hey, this would be a good moment too. So side story progress is actually saved, saved character side or whatever. I don't know the actual, way it's handled for, data and whatnot. But that's because it does differ based around, difficulty. Keep accidentally going into things. So, let's just do some side quests. All of them have their own little rewards and whatnot. They're side quests. There's different instance versions of... No, I do not want to. So yeah, they're basically just instanced versions of the areas that you've been through. So we're going to be teaming with Kurik for this one, who's pretty high level. Yeah, these side stories are basically where you get most of your actual, world building and side stuff from Phantasy Star Online. Pretty sure I'm full up on anything. And also, this is an easy mission. This is actually, so as much as the game, directs you to do the story missions first in Blue Burst and directs you to do, just explore the forest first, and that your, tutorial is just whatever Red Ring Rico leaves behind, this is actually the first mission the first thing you're supposed to do for the game. Because, yeah, this is where the actual game mechanic tutorial comes in. And yeah, Kurik is very high level, compared to us right now. I might as well mention that side stories actually, if it's a named character in a side story, they're a recurring character. And they will be probably popping up quite a lot, having their own little narrative going on throughout the entire game. And I think that some of those side stories are actually pretty neat in terms of what they establish for the world itself. And yeah, most of them will be giving us an AI teammate or two. And yeah, just... like I said, this is literally what you're supposed to be doing as the initial tutorial. Note that the message boxes from Red Ring Rico aren't even popping up now. Yeah, those were the tutorial. This is the tutorial. This is the pre-tutorial. This is the instruction manual that you read before playing the game to learn what buttons are. Which, the fact that I'm level 8 and have already cleared forest... yeah, I put this off for quite a bit. Tariq, unfortunately, is big enough that he is blocking my view of items when I break open a box. I'm just gonna quickly check something. Oh, right, wait. That would mean mouse controls. Yeah, I can move using the mouse. So I can click and drag my drag in a direction as if it's an analog stick. It exists. And then there's just hold, which is just... you click and then you move in that direction, and then you click again to stop moving. Once again, it exists. Keyboard controls are probably how most people played this game, if they didn't have a pad setup, or if they even do have a pad setup, because, yeah, keyboard controls, they're actually pretty solid for this game. I played a whole shitload using them, and yeah, you can see that the Blueburst adding the additional number pad stuff, well, numbers for shortcuts, yeah. Very, very nice. Once again, more tutorial stuff for stuff we already would know because of playing quite a bit last time. Once again, the explaining attribute stuff is at least nice. And yeah, just telling you, use the camera, shift the camera around using the L button. I think Karik would notice my level. This is going to be even more awkward when we do this mission on hard mode. Because it's not going to change any of the dialogue, but we're going to be on hard mode. Ostensibly, that would mean we've already beaten the game once. Yeah, if I said yes there, he would explain the difference between, like, normal and heavy attacks. Not a whole lot to talk about yet, just because most of the stuff that these side missions have for you is really just in the story itself. Which, in this case, most of what would be in the place of story would be just tutorial messages. Just explaining that the color of your cursor... Yeah, this. Yeah, just explaining that. Once again, basic tutorial stuff. Once again, it's kind of weird that, like, there's so much tutorial stuff, and then there's this extra tutorial as well for explaining even more basic things. And that, like, you don't get both of them together. Also, by the way, you may notice on the mini-map, we're represented by a red arrow. Kirik is represented by a green arrow, because, as you can see for his player icon, he's green. There's a blue one over there. That is going to be the NPC that we're looking for. And hey, it's generic Humar. I might as well mention Kirik is generic Hugh Cast. Yeah, basically all of the generic designs actually do have names to them because they are all, like, NPCs that use those designs. That's not at all ominous, and a hint as to future aspects of Kirik's storyline. But yeah, we're going to be seeing all of the generic designs, like the base designs for all the classes, and we're going to be seeing them all as named NPCs, recurring through the game, actually. We look very similar, almost like we're palette swaps of each other. Well, he probably was. And once again, doesn't really matter what we name this because we are doing this in one person. By the way, the difficulty selection here thing, like I mentioned, if you were playing this on console, like the original way, you would have to beat the game on each successive difficulty to unlock the next one. So far, these initial 3 quests are more about kind of introducing... They're about tutorial stuff, but they're also about introducing recurring figures throughout the story. And yeah, sometimes extra NPCs will be placed. And they'll just give you a little bit of extra dialogue for the current mission at hand. And yeah, the generic ones that are just kind of hanging around will always be the same based around, like, I believe current, like, story progression. Or, like, story progression tied to where this quest starts. It's one of the two. Ooh, level 2 Barda. As explained last time, your techniques are they all have their own levels that you need to progress like your stats to level them up. And that's basically how you gain, like, how your magic gets stronger is outside of just your stats. You also have to increase the level of the spell itself. Oop, I'm getting a phone call. So I'm just going to mute for a second. And I'm back. It was just a phone call from my dad. Mainly curious about how the cat is doing because of the whole diabetes stuff. And Hector's doing fine. He's still a good cat. Anyways, I specifically, just while I was talking, I specifically didn't really need to say anything during the combat, because it's combat done a bunch of times already, but stopped right there because of this. So yeah, this piece of shit is already trying to be a landlord and gouge prices of a place, like, where all we know is that everyone that was here vanished mysteriously. Everyone's probably dead. They all vanished mysteriously, and now all of the animals are bloodthirsty. He's trying to go to, like, oh god, what about the prices? What about gouging people for land prices? I need to be the first to do that. I think it actually might be explained slightly that he's, like, he dressed up like a hunter to try and sneak out here. And yeah, he's completely surprised by the fact that there's danger here. Oh god, monsters! Nobody told me there'd be monsters here in this place that is government locked off because of monsters. By the way, might as well make note, the little glowing white section of my mag, that is just because of the color palette that I chose for my character's costume. That's all that is. It just matches whatever your current color palette is. Yeah, just gotta look for wherever those 3 capsules were that he had placed here. There is some of that level of like, man, why do I have to save this guy? He's very clearly a piece of shit. You realize talking to him immediately why other people were like, why would I risk my neck to save that asshole? This side quest is done. I actually don't know if this guy is a recurring figure. He might be. God, he looks like an adult baby. And having cleared that, the NPCs that this quest places should now have different dialogue. Yeah, sorry about that. I realized too late, maybe he wasn't worth saving. Okay, yeah, Rakton here. I think Rakton might be a recurring figure. And yeah, just, he doesn't learn from his mistakes. Bleh. Right. So I might as well mention, so I'm planning on only really doing just like story progression stuff, try and quote unquote beat the game, not do absolutely everything on every difficulty. I will still have to do additional difficulties, because there is some stuff that's only really on hard mode, at the very least. And there is some stuff that does vary quite a bit. Like, not necessarily based on difficulty, but that you actually, it tracks your choices across multiple side missions. And that there are points where, like, well, if you chose this in this previous mission, you'll get this as an event happening. Stuff like that. And there's actually a pretty lengthy one of those that I am not getting the first shot. I am guaranteeing I'm not getting it the first shot. It'd be nice if I did, because the reward is amazing. But yeah. Yeah, once again, dealing with another asshole who thinks that just immediately, oh man, this place is worth billions of dollars. I'll be the richest person on Earth. So yeah, once again, this quest is about an asshole with a get-rich-quick scheme, thinking that he can exploit this brand new land for quick money. And the implication here is pretty distinct for why these mags were left in the forest. Just yeah, all Garen really knows is these mags were left behind. They're worth a lot of money, therefore I should hire people to gather up all the ones just kind of lying around and then let me sell them. And as that ranger said, when he was thinking about this, an android popped up out of nowhere and kind of, yeah, basically made him really realize, yeah, this is fucked up. I shouldn't be doing this. Oh, hey. Right up there. One of the default designs for an NPC. I wonder if they're going to be a recurring figure throughout the entire story. Come on. Come on. Most evasive boom in existence. I'm not using my magic, but kind of because I haven't been forced to ever even think about what I'm doing. Once again, these side quests are like, these are what you do before fighting Dragon. Just targeting a box there. Spend some monomates for a second. Oh, damn it. Once again, I kind of forget what I'm supposed to be doing for my build. For, like, endgame build, but it's not really gonna matter for a long time. It's stuff that's kind of, like, more important for, like, endgame equipment. Yeah, anyways. So here's Eleanor. Note that she does not have her own mag, and also that she claims to be able to talk to mags, which, admittedly, well, so yeah, just basically that, yeah, mags are intelligent beings, which kind of pick up on due to the fact that our mag does have an intelligence stat. Yeah, she claims to be able to talk to mags, and that when she was talking to them, they just decided to follow her. But that all but one decided to head back to its master's place. So yeah, implications are kind of very strong here that these mags weren't just left behind. Remember, Rygol is a very dangerous place, and there's a reason why the government is making sure that only specific people can get there. So these mags were left behind because their owners had died. So that's why that ranger felt really, like, had that realization. So yeah, that's just... This also serves as the tutorial for the mag stuff, really. And Eleanor, I already fed my mag. It's full. Yeah, it's just one of those things if the game does not account for you already knowing this mechanic. Which means on hard mode, very hard, and ultimate, it also won't. Yeah, once again, just kind of setting up mysteries here. Believe that the mag would be closer to where we started? Yep. I already know that mechanic. I've already used it. This is Ephinea. I'll admit, I'm just doing single-player stuff right now. Just kind of focusing on that. Mainly because I think Phantasy Star Online actually has a really neat narrative going on. I feel that it kind of does get overlooked quite a bit. Oh. Right. NPC's updated dialogue. And yeah, even he kind of realizes, oh, so that's why all those mags were lying around, because I've been wanting to rob some graves. That's what's been going on. Ooh. Yeah. Let's just see if I've unlocked any more single-player stuff from completing that. Okay, there we go. We unlocked a lot from completing those 3. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is all... this will be up to the cave. So yeah, from what I recall, it's you complete these 3, and then that basically means that you clear the tutorial side stories. Now you actually get access to the rest of them, and they start unlocking as you progress through areas. Might as well check some of the other stuff. So, might as well mention, Ephinea does like to do like its own events and add its own things. So, for example, under here, I believe a bunch of these are from the original game, but Scarlet Realm here is specifically made for the Ephinea server, just recently added. So, value of money here is a bit of a... this one is... It's interesting. I actually kind of forget the exact thing you're supposed to do for this, because this actually is... This actually is a bit of a weird one. Okay. Because there is actually, like... So this is tied to another subplot, turns out. Admittedly not the biggest of subplots. I'm just looking through this because this actually does need a guide to make sure you get the specific subplot aspect of it. So basically, this one is almost like an introduction to how quests can have varying dialogue and like branching paths, sort of. Let me just see before I progress this. Oh, right, that's how it works. So because I did this... okay. So there actually is a reason why I don't want to do this right away, now that I think about it. Because I don't believe this is a repeatable quest. I don't think any side quest is repeatable, actually. Oh, what is the specific one that I want to do first? Okay. Well, quit game. Because, yeah, that actually is a side quest that I don't want to do that before another one. I want to do another thing specifically first. So here comes the annoying thing about side quests. They're not repeatable. This is to lock in your choices. The choices that you've made and the specific things you've done. I think there might be an element that is like after you've done... So basically, it's supposed to be like, you get a chance every difficulty to do this stuff. Whoop. So let's just see if I have access to the other one first. Oh. Okay, here we go. Secret delivery. So that's underground, so that's going to be in the caves, though. It's actually pretty far in the caves. God. So I'm just going to say value of money just right now, I'm going to be holding off on that just because of needing to do secret delivery first, and I'm going to be taking a bit before getting to secret delivery anyways. But with the basic idea is value of money is just a talking quest. It is just you are talking to an NPC and trying to convince them to stop spending so much. And that's really it. Oh, bacon yellow. Yeah, this mission is more just kind of more of the same, but we're given a weaker NPC for once. Just doing the usual of checking around for anybody that might have unique dialogue. Man, that whole comment about, you know, missing the newspaper days because of how the online news works. That's only become more relevant, huh? Kind of predicted things, huh? I believe this one will have us going into Forest 2. Because she specifically wants to see Central Dome. At the very least, even if this stuff is kind of repetitive right now, it gives Meseta. It gives, like, pretty okay rewards. And the rewards will only get better as we go. Once again, there's a specific quest line that the weapon it gives you at the end of it, if you do it correctly, that weapon is actually wildly good. Oh, there we go. Took it a while for it to spawn. Might as well feed my mag while I'm going. Yep. As it's a side mission that is, you know, paced, it's placed for us being in Forest 2, it's going to be throwing slightly stronger enemies at us than the area may normally have. Come on. I will say, while she is very low level and very obviously, like, not cut out for this fighting stuff, like, as her AI just, you know, barely ever attacks, she at least is kind of active with that handgun. For being a reporter, she's quick on the trigger. Just getting basically an NPC to kind of voice kind of more unsettling side of the story going on, the setting and whatnot. But yeah, just, this is supposed to be a residential area. Like, we were supposed to be walking through an area that people lived. And it's just filled with now bloodthirsty creatures that apparently didn't used to be here. And everyone is gone. Not a trace of them are left. Like, it'd be one thing if we were finding corpses. That would explain that, like, hey, something killed everybody. But everyone is literally just vanished as if they didn't exist, with the only real remnants of them being the central dome and just the different structures left behind. Whatever happened here on Ragol? Whatever. Just... It's very much a huge question mark, and kind of an unsettling one at that. What sort of event could have made tens of thousands of people just up and vanish into thin air? So I will say, at the very least... Oh. At the very least, as we get through the side missions, they have been kind of definitely more fast-tracking us through these areas. Which is partially helped by how much better our damage is, and partially helped by having an NPC to help. That'll raise the bridge. Ooh. We actually picked up our first attachment. We don't have any armor that can use it, but we picked up one. So yeah. Situation as it currently is admittedly kinda existentially terrifying to think about. I've said it before, but I really like how this game sells the situation on Ragol. That if you actually go through a lot of the side quests and whatnot, and like, or even play the game like the story as it originally was depicted, like in the original releases, not Blue Burst, that it actually does do a really good job of establishing that things are really unsettling. And that this isn't really like a bright, like this doesn't really match the tone of the other Phantasy Stars. It's not really like bright and like sort of Saturday morning cartoony JRPG, you know, like JRPG stuff. It's a lot more like unsettling, desolate. There's a greater sense of like melancholy around everything. Things aren't really just happy all around. It's really neat. It's just a really neat story and how it establishes everything. There's always something lurking behind every corner, behind like everything. Bacon yellow. So a bunch of these are going to be for the caves. I know that the Lost Bride is caves. I think Addicting Food is. So I believe it's Bacon Yellow, Native Research, and Grand Squall that are next. Let me just check. Okay. Yeah, Grand Squall is... And then Addicting Food. Okay, yeah, Addicting Food is Caves 1, 2, and 3. Okay, doing Bacon Yellow then. And it's gonna take a second because my cat is now demanding food and water again. What he demands, he gets. And back. So while I said that, you know, this story generally has a much darker tone, and generally is, you know, not really that upbeat a lot of the time, it's time for a lighthearted mission to throw off everything I just said. Oh, hey! So I believe that talking to her in this actually is important. It is important for, like, a, like, greater side quest, like, side story thing. As mentioned, there's no way we're gonna get any of all of that done. That is gonna be basically limited to me doing, a lot of this stuff on hard. But hey, this Rappy can talk. Yeah, I believe this mission is basically we are fighting Rappies, and we are fighting Rappies. That is kind of it. If I remember correctly. Which, by the way, it's wild to see the designs of, like, how the designs of Rappies have changed. So admittedly, like how they are basically the cutesy mascot for Phantasy Star now. And they originated in the online games, not in the Genesis ones. To the point to where, like, for the director's cut of Phantasy Star 2 that they did for PS2, they added, like, a Rappy enemy as, like, I think, like, a rare thing. Like, a rare encounter. It might have been, like, a Cactuar or Metal Slime kind of thing. But, like, you look at, like, Rappies in PSO2, especially in New Genesis, and it's just, like, they're the cutesy mascot version of them. Though, like, thinking about it, to be fair, they usually do, like, have both the cutesy mascot and the, like, the actual animal kind of ones. Usually. Not in New Genesis, so far from what I've played. I've admittedly been stalling a lot on progressing the story to get to new areas in New Genesis. Because I've been just focusing... Right now my focus is on getting every class to level 20. Even though my main class, which I mainly play Katana Braver in that, is level 31 right now. But yeah, a whole lot of Rappies so far. Searching for the one that was scared from us and, you know, let's face it, very obviously a guy in a suit. Considering the name of the quest being the Fake in Yellow, the fact that it's a guy who's apparently obsessed over a single specific monster and decided to go to Ragol to try and, like, examine the monster in depth. Yeah. I'm not even gonna bother staying around for all of them to get up. It takes forever in this game. They get up, like, almost instantly in every other Phantasy Star for a reason. So yeah, this mission is just a lot of cutting through large swaths of birds. A whole army of birds approaches us, and we just cut them down in one fell swoop. Your running from me has caused me to kill so many of them. Well, I guess not kill, because they do get up and run away right after. That is the consistent thing about Rappies, is you never actually kill a Rappy. Even when you hit them as they're running away, it just causes them to stumble and drop a thing. Meanwhile, the encounter music just refuses to stop. Yeah, that one was just short but sweet. Might as well, just quickly check something about that mission. Mainly because, like I said, what? Just read something that's like, wait, what? There was... Okay, that might be GameCube only. Because there's a hidden Chow in that gives you, Tiny Chow's Garden minigame for the GameCube. Which, okay. No, I'm specifically just trying to find something about Eleanor. Okay, not too much stated about her. Like, if that is a specific thing you have to do, like, talk to her in that mission for something else. Though admittedly, like, documentation on a lot of, like, Phantasy Star Online story stuff isn't too great. Ooh. 2,500. By the way, I might as well mention, the skip dialogue option is a thing from this server. It's just a little quality of life thing they added for these. So yeah, 20-minute time limit on this one. Which of course means we're just going to talk to every NPC we can see. We have more than enough time, really. I have a decent amount of Meseta on me, huh? So, might as well actually check item pack, quest board. Okay, it's just showing me. I was hoping it would give me, like, more information on it, but... Basically, the quest board for your, like, under item pack allows you to view, like, key items you currently have for the side quests you are currently on. It's probably been long enough that time to feed the mag. There are explicitly best items for each stat and whatnot. Once again, it's been long enough that I don't really remember specific builds to go for and whatnot. Like, the only real way this game really, like, punishes you for, like, having to respec or anything ever like that is just time invested. The amount of time it takes to level up a mag again just takes a while. 3 items a time, and then you just have to wait for a couple minutes. I forget the actual real-life amount of time that mag takes for it to be hungry again. Or if it is a time thing, or if it's like an action thing. It might be simple, it might be weirdly complex for no real reason. I do know that in Phantasy Star Online 2, it's at the very least easy to track because it is just a number of, like, this is how hungry your mag is, and you just have to wait for it to go down enough for you to start feeding it again. Yeah, this mission's basically just fight one large group of this specific enemy. And then just progress. So I believe that what would be next to do would be like a room full of rappies, and then that would be here. And then it'd be some Hildebears, I believe. Oh right, there'd also be Monist and Mothmants. So, might as well... Hey! There we go. Biological data that we've been picking up. So yeah, it's gonna be Moniths and Monas and Mothmants, and then Hildebears as well for the final two. Hildebears obviously will require us to go into Forest 2. I don't know if the Monas and Mothmants do. Oh, here's some more Boomas. I don't think we need to fight them because they are just Boomas and we've still gotten the research data from them. There we go. And okay, I guess it's not Monas and Mothmans. Let's it. Oh, there's more. Okay, that explains it. Takes a very long time for them to despawn. Takes a very long time for them to spawn in the first place, really. Just zap that one to get rid of it. Still nothing. There we go. Just took a very long time. And next, head into Forest 2 just to get that Hildebear data. As mentioned, the side quests generally, after the first couple, they do generally pick up in pace quite a bit. They understand that you're playing through an area you've likely been through many, many times already. So they at least do what they can to try and help mix things up a bunch. Or at the very least, like, just make sure that you hit the notable parts. Probably can just ignore them. Door's already open. This is just going to be more Boomas, right? Now, this is where more Mothments are. So every room with encounters is basically just a chance to get that data. Like from a different group. So it's more about finding where... Oh, here we go. Finding where the specific enemy group that you want is. Oh, I should probably start avoiding stuff. There. He might change what he says after I turn it in. And all that's next would be Grand Squall, I believe. Oh, Forest of Sorrow, then Grand Squall. Oh right, we unlocked Forest of Sorrow from completing that last one. That's what happened. What? Hidebound? I might as well sell things while I'm here. Make sure that I don't run out of... what little storage space I have. And yeah, that guy lamenting that he doesn't know where Alicia is when she's standing right behind us. But yeah, that there is to kind of highlight that. Yeah, she's kind of not really working with the laboratory that she was with this time. Once again, more stuff to establish that things on Ragdoll are weird and kind of unsettling. And this one just straight up just has you beeline straight to Forest 2. As per usual, if a door ain't locked, just go. Oh. Well. And yeah, she's just gonna be doing basic force stuff. Being an NPC, I believe she has, either she has infinite TP or she has infinite TP regeneration items. So she can just keep using monofluid, difluid, and trifluid whenever she needs to. I forget if she runs off of TP rules, though. Yeah, she's gonna keep casting Barba at everything. Thankfully, she was already attacking while the cutscene was still up. If somebody doesn't want to fight, she will stop. She will shoot first. From the data she got, she does understand that is the best way to handle things here right now. If you see a creature, it wants to kill you. Okay, we might be wanting to get back to that that computer. Because that's usually only placed there if we need to get to it. Oh, wait a second, I just noticed there's an NPC off to the side here. A tiny Hilda-bear. And that unlocked that door there. But see what this has. I forget if this is a story thing. Oh. Okay, this is for story and not actually for unlocking. Yep, just more stuff on... Yeah, everything being so violent and aggressive is not how it's supposed to be. I actually forget if she casts Resta if your or her health gets too low. Oh, there's some Hilda-bears. Okay, she just heals herself with a monofluid. Oh, I mean monomate. So yeah, the animals here seem to be highly aggressive because of something that altered their very genetics. Oh hey! You cast a new spell, Rabarda. I don't think it's the greatest idea. Unfortunately, yeah, things are pretty bad. And not just for people, either. That this recent aggression that the recent aggression that the various animals here have been having has been a problem for the animals themselves, too. They're not supposed to be like this. It's been making them actively worse at surviving on their own. And one last subquest before going into the caves. Ugh. If I remember correctly, this is another one of the missions that, like, dialogue in this one might actually affect later missions. Oh great, this is, right. Wait, give me a second. This is one of the ones that I... Okay, so this would be part of a specific side quest line, then going off of her reaction. So it'd be, what is the name of it? This might be one that I want to wait until finishing Secret Delivery for. Okay, okay, so... Oh, great. I actually can't do this side quest anyways, this side quest line anyways, until I'm doing hard mode, because it requires me to do one of the tutorial side quests again. Okay, never mind then. I guess I'm gonna do the value of money, because that one, like, takes no time anyways. This one hopefully shouldn't take too long either. Still full. Nope. That's the one I wanted. Because Zio will automatically turn me around. It's fun that I'm getting these levels and, like, getting all these stat ups. Oh, hey, an NPC to talk to. Another hunter to talk to and spoil all the secrets on. Yeah, let's be gullible. So, generic Ramar here very clearly knows a lot more than we do about what's going on. It's also a decently higher level than us. And we've got another NPC in the next room anyways. Yeah, just basically outside of Bernie, every other hunter we're gonna encounter is basically just... Every other hunter we're gonna encounter is just gonna not really know what's going on. They're all gonna be just as lost as you are without Bernie. Meanwhile, yeah, Bernie very explicitly knows a lot more than he's saying. And also, he for some reason knew how to open that door, even though it was broken. Well, I say for some reason, but that... all that really implies is that he's probably a hacker on the side. Okay, so we're now beginning to get into one of the other big aspects of Phantasy Star Online stories, side quests, and actual main story stuff as well, which is government conspiracies. There's a lot of them. No. Don't need to even engage in that fight. Might as well mention, I believe Bernie here is using a launcher weapon. No, I don't think that cast of Foy was that great. I think you're pretty bad at magic, Bernie. I'm just gonna run on ahead. Oh! Yeah, Bernie's a pretty big help here. You know, one-shotting things from a distance. Nothing really useful. Well, might as well mention, I believe an important part of upgrading your mag, from what I can recall, is figuring out which items drop stats, and then using those every now and then to make sure that something doesn't level. Because there is a limit on how much a mag can level. So sometimes you don't want defense to go up. A lot of the time, you don't want defense to go up. Really. Oh. I will say, it's especially interesting playing this alongside New Genesis, with how much New Genesis just completely throws away, like, the whole structure of the PSO games, and is more about being, you know, open world exploration. I will say, New Genesis has been pretty fun so far. The combat is a complete departure from, like, almost complete departure from how PSO2 works. Where PSO2 is more like, about, like, doing completely crazy combos as if it's almost a character action game. And New Genesis is more about mobility, and figuring out how to manage your mobility versus enemies, especially the big enemies, where most big fights are against enemies that are, like, towering over you, so it's about figuring out how to get to their weak points. Which is its own interesting thing. Though admittedly, New Genesis does kind of make me wish that they would just do a proper PSO3 sometime. Or fuck it, just do Phantasy Star 5. Make a turn-based one. Yeah, we're approaching the end of the mission. About to find whoever is the sole survivor of the Grand Squall. Might as well mention it, but yeah, you do have to get Bernie to progress during this quest. because otherwise you will come up against that locked door, well, that one malfunctioning door, and then you won't have a way of getting past it, so it'll force you to go back to find Bernie. While he is elucidating things for us about what's actually going on, he's definitely a bit of a shady character himself. Shady is putting it lightly, honestly. Also, Bernie saying, "Glad I met up with you," as if he couldn't solo this all by himself easily. Ooh boy, a whole ton of boxes. None of them great, but still feels good to break all of them in a single, break most of them in a single swing. And here she is, a major recurring character. Not gonna get a name, but the basic phoneural design. And she is, like I said, a incredibly major recurring character throughout the story. I think she pops up a bunch in episode 2 as well, and I know she's a very big deal in episode 4. So yeah, that guy there, he knew about Bernie and was okay with us having worked with Bernie for this mission. And time for one more. So he very much was the client Bernie was working for, likely. Anyways, so here's Value of Money. It's an incredibly short little thing. We're not even going to be doing any combat in it. Really, the purpose of this is just that this guy exists. But that's for once we start up the specific sub-quest line. Which answer do I go for? So I failed to convince him, so I must go back to his wife to get her to tell me to go back to convince him again. Okay, there we go. Tell him he's stupid. I think that's it. Now I just go back and tell him his wife that he is apologizing. He might send me back, but that might be really it. Like I said, this is just for this has an NPC hidden in it for another side quest after you've started that. Okay, now I go back to it. A lot of back and forth going on here. I don't know why I need to be the middleman for this, but... yeah, that was it. I might as well go see if he has anything new to say. I don't know. And then, yeah, there's this generic-looking guy that if we did secret delivery first, there'd be an NPC in that we can talk to start up its own, like, side quest line along different side quests. But we literally can't do that till hard mode, because we have to start it up, I believe, in normal. Well, we have to complete a mission. We have to complete a tier 1 mission to unlock the tier 2 mission, or like tier 2 or tier 3, whatever it is, that would allow us access to this side quest stuff. And there's a tier, and that tier 1 mission we have to complete is explicitly like, that tier 1 mission is like one of the ones that we have to go back to anyways. So anyways, though, now done with the side missions. Time to go through the caves. Oh yeah, and that's for whatever the seasonal thing is. Worth mentioning, the government missions are actually repeatable, unlike the side missions. The side stories. Yep, time to figure out just what's in these caves. I have a lot of Meseta. Well, the fact that I'm starting caves might mean that the world state has changed over to that level of progression for items, so I should check just in case they're selling something nice. Almost. I might as well max out on Dimates as well. Ooh, Gelin. It's not that great, but it's something. Something we can use. Zab at level 2 and Gelin. So, might as well go into Technique. Oh, go to Customize, right. And then... I might as well start setting these as numbers, as like keyboard inputs as well. That's a 2 and that's a 3. That's a 4. I won't... Well, actually, I don't need monofluid. I don't think I need trimates enough, or dimates enough that I really need them equipped all the time. I can just scroll through the, like, quick palette, like, quick inventory for them. Same with the Soul Atomizer, Moon Atomizer, Star Atomizer, stuff like that. Trap Vision, Telepipe. Telepipe is usually just set to 0, or whatever. There. Set Gelin to 2. That would mean I'm going to need to take my hands off my keyboard. Well, take my hands off my controller and reach for the keyboard anytime I need to do that. Here you go. Cave 1. Gelin, by the way, is just attack debuff. It helps a tiny bit in survivability right now, but it's too low level to really be that worth it. But I believe that Humar explicitly does not get access to the attack buff and defense buff, which are the real notable ones. Those are like the ones that are just like, these will carry you through the game. And well, we got poisoned by a poison lily. You need to just kill it before it detonates. Yeah. Little poison balls that it fires don't actually damage us, but they inflict poison, so they're really obnoxious. And when it starts spinning like that, it gets awkward to hit. Evil Sharks are just the cave version of... they're the cave version of Boomas. Took me a second. Ow! So yeah, they do appropriate damage for being the cave version of Boomas. Let's just... no slots, so still not really that worth it. Thankfully, we died right at the start. So yeah, we're now back to things being scaled for multiplayer. Because when in single player mode, things are weaker. It's the unfortunate thing about the government quests being not selectable in solo play. I already see the next... Oh hey, Nano Dragon. I already see the next message box by Rico, though. So, Nano Dragons, weak to lightning. Very good at hitting them, too, when they fly around. So, Nano Dragons are kind of neat. As enemies, first of all, they shoot those lasers. Damn. So I wasn't able to successfully stop that. So a Nano Dragon will actively try and kill other enemies in the area. If an enemy is low on health, a Nano Dragon will try and kill it and steal that from you, because that powers it up. Ow. I'm now back at the point where I actually should be using the quick inventory. Oh, right. Read every message. So yeah, once again, touching more on, there's a lot of government conspiracies going on here. By the way, if I didn't have that, if I didn't have the, number the number stuff. Oh, shit. Okay, so there's a couple of things going on here already, but if I didn't have that, the number inputs, I would have to cast additional spells through the quick inventory stuff. So hey, Grass Assassin. What it's doing there with that little spit thing is it's trying to prevent me from moving. Really annoying. Thankful that you usually can outmaneuver it. And what I stopped it from doing both those times was it does a charge attack where it just kind of charges through. I believe once it actually starts that charge, it cannot be stopped. Huh. That might just be because... Barda doing the most damage might just be because it has the highest level. Oh, hey. Poison Lily did its most annoying thing. They can just inflict paralysis on you. Oh. Okay. So there's also one of our first real examples of a normal enemy having that, of a normal enemy that just has multiple targets, meaning that if you can line up the hitbox correctly, hitting both at once is the most efficient way to do damage. Good thing I did all those side quests and gained a couple levels, admittedly. Yeah, non-single player caves is kicking my ass right now. I'm just gonna leave. That stock squeaky wheel sound effect for the Crusher the Crusher devices is great. That's how you know this was a Dreamcast game. The weird stock sound effect choices. And with this dark room, just gotta find the switch that turns the lights back on. Doesn't really matter too much, because we can just, you know... We'll see it if it gets close, and we have that mini-map that'll tell us where everything is anyways. I am overcommitting on these swings right now. I should not be trading hits as much as I am. Right now, leaving it at a heavy hit per second seems to be the safest. Whoop. Got my Photon Blast ready. I'll use it for the next wave that's gonna spawn in. Okay. I think this does have a specific AoE, so I'm gonna just try and gather up everything before I fire it off. It might be the whole room, it might just be an AoE, but not gonna risk it. There we go. So the cave is going to have a lot of very similar looking rooms. This is part of why it's one of the better ones for like doing repeatedly. It's built a bit more to be, you know, to seem like it's being randomized just by how it locks you off from different rooms. Oop. I do not want to weaken multiple of them at once. I want to focus one down at a time to make sure that the others don't try to power up off of it. Okay, good. It's separating himself from the group anyways. There's a level of, like, I literally cast Zonda at nothing and nothing happened, yet it still takes my TP for it anyways. Just come on. You gonna be like that? Damn it. This is the most obnoxious thing about Nano Dragons, by the way, is you running up to them and it just deciding, oh, nah, I'm gonna fly away. It's why it being weak to Zonda is particularly very nice. Yep. I believe that paralyzed move is just like, if you're close enough, it can do it. Well, I'm in a bad spot. Nope. Nope. I'm gonna detonate. I mean, if I'm not close to it, it detonating isn't that big of a deal, I guess. Oop. Yeah, it was full on invincible during that charge. Attempt, at least. Oh. Okay, so that was a trap. That was specifically, like, as in, like, just a damage trap there. They activate when you get close to them, and yeah, they explode after a short amount of time. Usually the trick behind them in a lot of cases. So first of all, the caves is where we're going to be running into them to start with. So you may notice that I slow down when they pop up. That is because I'm targeting them. If I didn't target them, I actually wouldn't slow down at all. So that is actually how things like damage traps get you in this game. They're explicitly trying to slow you down, so that way you can't move fast enough to avoid them. Also, it is worth mentioning, those are, I believe, the same things that casts can use. Just circle strafe them. Yeah, that's the neat thing about the Grass Assassin's death animation, is all the tiny ones leaving it. Mm-hmm. Worth mentioning that with Nano Dragons, it's not just other Nano Dragons that they'll try and kill. It is literally any enemy they'll start target. Like that. I have been calling the lightning spell Zonda, right? Not Zeo? Mistaking this for an Atlas game. Because there's actually like some shared spell name stuff between the two of them. Specifically, once you start getting into the others, like, and how you once you start getting into the other Phantasy Star stuff, and you get wind spells, and those are Zon. And, well, yeah, Atlas also uses Zon for a bunch of theirs, for their wind spells too. There's also the Megiddo is used between the two of them. Megiddo being dark, though, in this, and being neutral element. Well, almighty element in Atlas' stuff. I'm gonna hold on to that for now. It is kind of unfortunate that I'm now, because I have a Photon Blast ready, I'm now locked out of my sub-palette. Thankfully, Grass Assassins have such a long windup that staggering them with a hit actually does give you enough time to just run out of the way usually. So I will say, I could use trap visions to avoid, like, damage traps or paralysis ones or anything like that, so. Usually, my preferred method of handling them, though. So, use that. None of these have anything over them. This is just a gate that is explicitly there to prevent you for, like, you need a full party of 4 to open that door, basically. Yeah, my preferred method of dealing with damage traps that pop up or whatnot is usually not really to care about them. Because just basically, you see, when I bring up the quick inventory, the quick menu, I no longer can target anything. In general, that's what happens when you go into the menus. So because I can no longer target anything, I no longer will lock on to anything, and thus will always be moving at full speed. Leaves Resta. Done. It's the most obnoxious enemy in the game. Oh, damn it! I wanted to use Zio. I mean, Zonda. I didn't even get anything good from that. Like, I would have definitely messed up using and wanted to use Zonda against a Nano Dragon, and then messed up and used my Photon Blast on that, but at the very least that would feel more worth it. Oh, shit! Hey! It's the rare version of a Poison Lily, the Gnar Lily. Usually the big deal with rare enemies is that they'll have notably better drops. Come on. General Mind, a pretty solid accessory for this point into the game. Come on. A lot of times that you see me only swing once, kind of awkwardly, and then swing again, like with the first hit, that's because I accidentally pressed like a button twice or mashed a little, and it locked me out of being able to do the full attack string. I'm not going to cure the poison right now, just because it's too high of a chance of me getting poisoned again from these. There we go. I mentioned earlier, yeah, starting from caves, the areas are now going to be segmented into 3 parts instead of 2, like Forest was. That does mean we might actually need to take, like, multiple, like, sessions to get through this. Multiple as in one more, like, still. That's more than the 20 times we got through, it took to get through Forest. Well, the 20, I'm phrasing it wrong, but the, like, 20 times we cleared Forest in a single session. Also, I say this even though I'm forgetting, right, this is a government mission. So it's gonna explicitly be shorter than the full thing. And yeah, those crushers are pretty easy to tell the timing of. Oop. But because they can pop up now, like I said, I just won't target them. So I'll be able to move full speed and be able to get away from them in time. Oh, I'm actually full. Oh. Perfect opportunity to head back. Yep, still no slots. And yeah, you can see right there with the band, we outright, flat out, can never use that. Even if we had the stats for it. Oh, upgrade my mag. Well, we have the money, so... Oh, no slots on... Okay, so we only have... I'll go with the Giga Frame because it is notably better defense. And then shields could never have slots. Besides, having only one slot right now is not that great. Well, just in case this has something pop up. Nope. Yeah, like I said, if I'm just in the quick menu here, then yeah, I can just run past them for free. Third time we've seen... Wait, no. This is a different room. I thought this was like the starting room. Just the third time we've been here. Well, actually, now that I say that, I'm pretty sure we have been to the starting room 3 times. Like, the same shape, at least. With the notably better armor that I have, it's already kind of paying off in that you can see that I'm able to take a lot more risks. Oh, no, that's not... I actually forget what that specific shockwave does that it lets out when it dies. It might just be poison, it might be paralysis, or it might be yet another stats effect that's actually even bigger of a deal. Man, that's a lot of handgun plus 2s. Nothing better than a handgun plus 2. Like, not even a plus 3, just... like, not a plus 3, not even, like, a better handgun. Wait, did it drop any? Okay, good. Yet another teleporter around. I'm admittedly kind of surprised by how long this government quest is. Yeah, I was fully invincible for all of those swings. What doesn't help with the poison lilies is the fact that they also, like, their main form of attacking is coughing, and that they also laugh at you every time they shoot, like, their little poison ball. Oh hey, Gizonda. So hopefully that won't take too long to learn. We need 26 more MST to learn that. Which, actually, I believe, I forget if Mind is or isn't, like, MST. Ooh, now this is a nice room. Tri-fluid. Primates. Primates right now are just good to see, more so for feeding my mag. Even just a basic monomate gets most of the job done with healing, so... I believe that door is just going to be locked to us. Oh, that door was the other side of that teleporter. So it's basically just locking us into this combat section until we clear it. No. No. Oh. Very least that level should be good for allowing us to hit more consistently, because that's currently kind of been the problem. Damage increase is always nice, but accuracy right now is kind of an issue. A very long combat section. when you are stuck in place by a grass assassin, it is worth mentioning that the only way you can turn yourself around is via targeting enemies and swinging at them. It is one of those things of like, well, even if you can't like position yourself to move around, at the very least you can swing to turn. Come on. And yeah, there's more. Oh, finally. Wait, no, I think that was just signifying that we've killed enough to disable one lock and basic... And I don't know, really. It's just the sound of a lock to get our hopes up, probably. Well, got to find out the range on a photon blast. Is it the whole room? Nope, it is not. It is just for that one at least. Because different photon blasts have different effects and different hitboxes, from what I remember. So there will be some that I think attack just in a line straight from you. Though I might be mixing that up slightly with Phantasy Star Online 2's photon blasts. Haha, you can't do anything. Your attack takes too long. I think this is actually like the final encounter of the mission. With how long this has been going on, this feels like this is supposed to be the end of the mission itself. There we go. And yeah, that sound signified that that was the end of the mission. And it spawns in a teleporter for us. I'm actually just going to quickly run back in because there was some areas that I didn't explore. And of course, enemies just respawned in here. Go to item pack, area map. Okay. So. I'm pretty sure there was a couple, like, sections that we didn't run through. I just want to make sure that there wasn't like a message that we missed because of that. Yeah, there's that one door directly across from us. Okay, there is a message in here. But also it's an open door. Seems like it was just another way into a room that we've already been, going off the minimap. Let's just see what the message is for. Okay, just telling us about landmines and whatnot. Got an accessory that boosts HP. Pretty nice. Once again, it'll be nice once we get any armor that has, like, multiple slots, because there's a lot of things that'll be fighting for use. And I don't know if increased HP will be that great to have, like, to pick over anything else right now. Yeah, and this was just another way to this area. The other side of this room, basically. Well, just gonna make sure. Yeah, I've scoured this place pretty thoroughly. And my inventory is currently full, so I actually want to make sure that if I do get any item rewards, that it is not gonna give any issues with that. For now, I'm actually gonna want to store these. Are they units? Is that what they're referred to as? Yeah, units. I'm gonna want to store the ones that I have for right now. Wait for when I actually can use them and take them out then. Especially anyone that increases magic. Those are things I never want to get rid of. Oh. So yeah, just everybody realizing there seems to be some major, there's a lot of shit that is, the only real explanation for it is Pioneer 1 was doing a lot of stuff that everyone else was very much kept out of the loop on. So, now for government quest number 2. A bizarre monument. So if you remember, there was a bizarre monument in Forest. So yeah, just beginning to stumble upon the fact that Pioneer 1 knew a lot more than they said anything about. Keep accidentally talking. Once again, big part of the game story, government conspiracies. Here we go. You can now get the upgraded version of the basic saber, the brand. We could also, if we wanted to, buy a sword +2. Works against machines, but our current sword is better. +5, it doesn't have anything on it aside from being +5, but still. But a brand +2 that works against altered beasts, pretty nice. Okay, does this psi armor only 1 slot? And might as well feed my mag. Oh, not yet. So yeah. The second tier of the basic weapons is always blue. Same design, but just now blue instead of green. This will be more accurate than the sword we were using and will do more damage on individual hits. I'd say more accurate, and then I missed twice. The big problem is just it won't be capable of handling groups anywhere near as well. And if we ever run into anything that is multi-target, the sword that we have will do way more damage because it'll be hitting multiple times. So, switch back to the sword for now. Well, basically we're going to be now actually like kind of playing a bit more like proper PSO, where you're constantly switching weapons based on the situation in front of you. Also, we did pick up a handgun to bring to the Techer, but it's still a basic handgun, so whether or not it'll be worth anything is... chances are very low. Yeah, just 2 heavy attacks to take down an evil shark right now is very nice. Oh. Nope. Nope. Didn't finish turning around when I casted that. I want to... There. I literally can't use a cane, but hey, I can bring it to attacker, I guess. So far, things have been working out pretty well just using the brand here. There. Generally, things have lined up in ways that don't really require us to have something that can hit multiple targets. Where are you going? Should be about time to feed my mag. I think I mentioned it before, but getting dex on a mag for a Humar is actually really good. Not just because accuracy is a needed thing, but also because, like, from what I recall, endgame mags usually have a lot more dex for Humars than you would expect. There, just open up a little passage back, get access to that. Which this looks like could be... Yeah, this is a 4-player gate. Some of those are single-player accessible, but they usually have more than enough buttons in the room, and some of them have landmines on them. By the way, if I did have a ranged weapon out, or like wanted to spend TP on it, I could destroy the landmines when they pop up. But like I said, I usually just prefer to just walk past them. Not what I intended to cast. There we go. Now if he tries to snipe me from off screen, it at least won't hurt as much. As much. It'll still hurt because it's a very low level Jellin. It'll also slow him down a little on trying to kill everything else. So yeah, that's a big thing that Cave starts to introduce as well, by the way, is the idea of going into a room, hitting a switch, and then when you walk back into the original room, enemies have spawned again. Thankfully, usually you're not gated when they pop up. Ow. Oh, not what I wanted to do. Huh. Resist light. I don't know if there's much, if anything, that does light element in episode 1. Also, I don't know if we've encountered them before, but hey, here's the tier 3 version of the evil shark. The Gweel shark. Yeah, this equipment upgrade has made everything go a lot more smoothly. Okay, this is probably gonna be a path back from somewhere. Okay, so this is gonna be... We're gonna have to hit a switch on the opposite side in this room, right over there. And then we can go through that door. Oh, and this is gonna open up the one directly opposite to us, most likely. Yep. Gonna beeline for the light switch. Ow. Use my forward movement to barely evade that. Use the forward movement on my attack swings. Oh, a handgun +4. It heard my complaints about not giving me even a better plus mark on a handgun. Right. Full Photon Blast, so I don't want to waste that on just Poison Lily. probably take me to... Yep. Whoop. Oh, full-on equipment. Well, full-on items. The 30 item limit does definitely hit you. Ooh, Gifoy. That's actually, well, that's not that great. It's not the Rafoy. Rafoy is all-time great. Honestly, I don't really need a handgun right now with everything I've been doing. Oh, Foy level 2. One slot Gigaframe, that's actually pretty good. So we can increase our max HP by 20, or let's just... I believe we could increase our attack power by 5? Let's see what the General Mind does first, if it's resistance or if it's attack. I'm gonna want the Night Power one, though, generally, for general use. Okay, I think it's both. Wait, no, it's just attack, because there's no magic defense, it's just defense in general. So, you may notice that my magic stat is now, my magic mental strength is now, a 190, thanks to having equipped that. So, I don't want to get rid of those untech'd items. So that does mean that if something had the requirement of a 90, I now would reach it. And if I took off of that equipment after learning that disc, well then, I would still know the technique. That's basically the way that you get a lot of techniques really early, is you hold on to a bit of armor that has a lot of slots on it, and then you just keep it forever and keep a lot of like general minds or whatever the best one that you have for increasing your mind stat is, and then you just hold on to that forever. Yeah, this one was 0 slots. So, worth mentioning with Fire Handgun. Fire Handgun, its special attack is just Fire Element. That's it. It just does Fire Element attack. It's pretty useful, kind of. But I ain't gonna be using it. Getting Fire Element or like elemental attacks isn't that bad. But, like, some of the special effects you can get on weapons are pretty wild. So I'm only 10 away from these with the General Mind equipped. Without, I'm 20 away. Also, having a higher mental strength does increase the amount of TP you have. Let's just... pause it that for now, and Gifoy and Gizanda. Wait, this was... well, I don't need it, because it was just Psi Armor, but I have better, but might as well pick it up just for stuff to sell. Get more money. Because we went back to town, our Photon Blast went away, right? Anytime you return to town, your Photon Blast meter goes back to 0. So from what I recall, it's at least Caves 2 that we have to get to. Yeah, from what I recall for this mission, because it's about that pillar, we're gonna have to get to Caves 2. Not Caves 3, at the very least. Whoop. So, admittedly, the big question is how many government quests there are for the caves. Because I could see there being 5 in total. It could be 3, like Forest. It could be 5, just because there's more areas to go through. Admittedly, the government quest rewards are always worth getting anyways, though. They're a more guided experience through the story, rather than the, like, very lonely experience that the original was. Which, like I said, I kind of prefer the original's way of getting that across. But at the very least, hey, the rewards are really nice. They're usually something that would be notably rare for that moment to get. Notably powerful for, like, when you can first get it. Oh. Was hoping that I could hit him out of the charge. Just gonna sidestep it this time. Stop that. Oh, I'm actually running low on anti-paralysis. Okay, let's just see what's in this room first. I'm pretty sure the Crusher is probably a sign that that is the direction we're supposed to be heading. Said it before, but I really love the way you just go completely ass over kettle for, like, when getting hit by a big enough attack. Just do a Rikishi bump over here. Already full up on items again, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna wait a bit. I'm just gonna stop picking stuff up, because admittedly, unless anything's really notable, which I doubt anything will be, it's gonna be Caves 2 when we start finding, like, better stuff, I believe. But I'm just gonna want to avoid heading back just so I can... Okay, this was the direction we were supposed to head in, and the other one then... What was behind the Crusher? Meanwhile... Oh. Wait a second. If I look like I'm stumbling around kind of blindly, that is because I am tabbed out to something else while still holding the control stick forward. Okay, so government quests. Okay, so there's 4 for here. There's 4 for here, 3 for the next area, and then 5 for the final area. Ow! That was a bad spot to stop. Not seeing any light switches. Oh, there it is. It was hidden behind some boxes. Already in a level 1 gelin anyways, so it's pretty useless to me. Oh, that's what was here. It's a free heal. Oh, hello. That's a large group of you. Well, I guess no better opportunity than to just gather them all up and unleash. There's some little visual design elements in the Photon Blast. A little, like, the thing that pops out of it that does the Photon Blast for you. That it's kind of reminiscent of something, and I'm not going to mention what that thing is yet, but I don't know if that is intentional or just a stylistic thing for fun yet. If it's an intentional illusion or not. Goodbye. The sci frame that I picked up, well, didn't even have any slots to it. Great. Still gonna want to hold on to that sword just because, as mentioned. Ooh, a slicer and a partisan. Well, I have an opportunity to show off 2 new weapons. I could learn Anti if I wanted to already. Just by equipping that General Mind. I'm not gonna, because anti is just a, just an ailment cure. So, here's what a slicer is. It's a ranged weapon. It hits multiple enemies. Just basically curves through multiple targets. In my experience, slicers always have the worst accuracy, though. But basically, it's the hunter exclusive ranged weapon. I never really care for it. Partisan. It's a partisan. It's a multi-target weapon like the sword. Not as many targets as the sword, but a bit faster. Usually a bit better on single target damage. But admittedly, hitting more targets usually is the more important thing. Like, when you're going for multi-target stuff, hitting more is more important. But yeah, the Partisan does have good range on it, and its decent attack speed is pretty nice moveset. Just good all-purpose. Ooh, new enemy that we haven't encountered yet. So something that is specifically likes to get up close and is bad for rangers and forces. And oh hey, there it is. This thing that's basically Sonic Team making, going, hey, we really like that visual effect for chaos that we did in Sonic Adventure 1, so let's do that here too. It goes away when it takes a single physical hit. And pops it back up after a moment. Very weak to fire. Oh, another one spawned. It says it's bad for, like, bad news for rangers and forces, but forces especially can just destroy them with foy. Yeah, I'm not even gonna pick it up at this point. Oh, hey. Oh, this is nice looking. Neat to see in a cave area. A little underground forest. Yeah, that's right. Kick its ass. Even other monsters hate those things. The way it just collapses with a thud. Remember these hallways having a lot of landmines? Yeah, there we go. Just a lot of landmines. And I need to activate the gate on the other side to get there. Whoop. Was standing so far into the doorway I was technically not in the room and thus could not target anything. You could not target enemies when you were not in the same room as them. Prevent rangers and forces from just opening a door and just shooting everything from outside the room. Yeah, the safety of the partisan right now is putting in so much work. I am going to switch back to the brand because it is more damage. Ow. By the way, I mentioned it last time. The health meters that you see under the enemy information, that is specifically a bit of quality of life added by the Ephinea server that I'm on. Just a nice little thing. Makes judging how many swings it takes to kill a thing a bit easier, because that is actually a big part of it. Knowing how far you should extend on things. Oh, this is a... Oh, come on, switch, switch! I can't switch during this. There we go. Oh, no, camera! Okay, that's a lot of enemies in there, because that's the room with the red gate switch. Oh, hey, level 14. Should note that as it pops up every time I get into my own session, that the server is set to full atomizer. So the server is set to, for me at least, 120% drop rate and just normal experience, 100% experience. I believe during character creation you can change those. Well, not character creation, but like account creation. Also where you'd go to change into like hardcore mode and whatnot. Make it so a death kills your character outright. Which for this style of game, like, for when it's like closer to Diablo, like this one is, compared to how Phantasy Star Online 2 is closer to like an MMO. That's always a nice thing to have that sort of, like, specific style of run that you can do for a character. Nothing's dropping anti-paralysis. Should be about time to feed my mag, though. So, I think I mentioned it before, but when the mag reaches specific levels, its stat totals will determine what form it takes, and the form that it takes will determine what photon blast it gives you. This ends up being pretty notable, so you want to make sure that, like, not specifically just what its stat totals are, but like in order, what are its highest stats. So like, my mag is attack then defense. Well, attack and defense are tied, but basically it'll be attack then defense for me right now. I don't know if defense factors into the mags, the different forms that it can take, admittedly. Because defense is usually the highest you always have, like at least early on. You usually have to go more out of your way to make sure it isn't. No, I'm just gonna ignore it. Really, this is peak ignoring everything mode. I can't even target anything now. Whoop. Ow. That's good for stuff like that. Yeah, I'm getting very close to the end of the mission. This is a very nice looking room. I actually like it. Just after everything we've been through, just having this little waterfall section, water-covered floor, and there being a little rainbow in the center. Nice. Contrasts well with everything we've been through, and also with the music. Might want to pop my, no, Photon Blast, not necessary for this. Oh, I almost died there. Yeah, Photon Blast isn't necessary for this either. Thankfully, by the way, if you miss against the slimes, they don't go away as if they took a hit. Oh, right. I can't use Boy on it while I have a Photon Blast ready. But whatever. Heavy attack will do most of the work anyways. Must be something we can do to get that. I saw one of the message boxes left. It wasn't on yet. Oh, there we go. Just had to turn on the door itself. That's just warning you at an upcoming thing. I'm actually just going to backtrack for a second because I want to make sure I haven't missed any messages. But like I said, this is a pretty nice looking place for, especially for an early Dreamcast game. Yeah, Cave 2 is much less volcanic cave. We were well, pretty sure I actually would have spotted and noticed message box actually. If I were to backtrack to find if I missed one, I'd be going back to the start, so no, never mind about that. Yeah, it's much less volcanic cave and much more Just a nice cave. A peaceful cave. Filled with deadly monsters that want everything to die. But still, visually, water-filled and whatnot. By the way, yeah, traps can hit enemies. Come on. Damn it. Oh. You have Zonda level 2, so not worth dropping anything to try and pick that up. Come on. Target it. Target it. There we go. Okay, that's better for me to go for the heavy attack. By the way, you notice that when I hit that thing, it did split. So I believe that is a specific thing, that some encounters will have X amount of Pofwheelie slimes. And sometimes they only spawn in when they get hit. I think. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Time for what Rico was saying. Ow. Hey, that was instant. Yeah, those are instant. Those just explode. So this is actually a good reason to use trap vision. So yeah, an interesting question raised. Those monuments being so ancient surely must be a sign that there must have been sentient life here. And just in the first place, with how Ragol seems so perfect for sentient life, why isn't there any? Why hasn't anything else lived here? And yeah, there seems to be signs that maybe something did. But why are those signs just those pillars? Ow. What does this have to say? So, Rico is trying to decode the characters on the pillars. Okay, there's 2 other rooms I didn't go to, though. Let's just see where this takes me for right now. So, on a note related to just general Phantasy Star stuff, thinking about, like, how much I'm in for the long haul with Phantasy Star Fridays, and exactly what I'm planning on doing. So, the ultimate core thing that spurred me on to doing this was that I kind of lamented the lack of real good documentation for the story modes, like for the stories in every Phantasy Star game. And that was basically it. Just, man, there's a lot of these, and there's not much good documentation on what their stories actually are. So if I want to know what happens in the story for these games, I have to play them myself. So that's kind of what spurred this on. Just, well, if I'm gonna play through the entire franchise, I might as well record it just in case, for future reference. Just in case anybody else wants to see it too, that there's more sources for that around. And like I said, how much, though, that means that I'm in for the long haul. It's like, I'm probably not going to be doing the original games. Those ones are okay in, like, documentation for at least their stories, because they are old-ass JRPGs. God, there's a lot of these things right now. But for the things, for the ones from online forward, yeah, it's generally a lot harder to find anything on stories that they have. So basically, how much this means I am in for the long haul is like, well, after Phantasy Star Online episodes 1 and 2, I'm going to be taking a break from Blueburst to do episode 3. That one especially has nobody, there's nothing on that one online. And, like, I'm curious about the story in that one especially. Even if its gameplay is completely different, like, I'll be covering episode 3 appropriately, and then I'll be going back to episode 4. Though admittedly, episode 4 happens canonically before episode 3. Because episode 3 is, like, after major, like, technological changes and whatnot. And major, like, changes to how everything works. In terms of, like, the settling on Ragol, basically. And how, like, how even, like, the government is set up and whatnot. All that changes. So I'm just really curious about, like, the story in that game. So I'm definitely going to be covering that. And then after episode 4, I'll be doing Phantasy Star Universe's story mode, which admittedly, that's actually going to have its own problems. First of all, in the fact that Phantasy Star Universe fucking sucks. Well, at least the initial release does, which if I'm playing through the single player story mode, starring the most bland ass motherfucker in existence, Ethan Weber, like, I'm surprised I can even remember his name, honestly. But, like, I'm gonna be playing through basically the original version of Phantasy Star Universe to get across, that game sucked. There was a lot of problems with that game, and it took a while for it to get good, and it helped put into context some of the games that came after it, really. why they got better. But yeah. But like, Universe's story mode, and then that's where things kind of get complicated, admittedly, for trying to cover everything that I can. Because Universe had an online-only story mode where you play as your own character, and well, the servers are shut down. And that all was stored in online data on the servers itself. All of those missions were on the servers, so all of the cutscene data, all of the like dialogue and everything was stored on the servers, not in the game files. So there is a proper private server for Phantasy Star Universe. It actually does a lot more stuff, like on top of what like all the patches did for that game to improve things. It does even more to make it a much better experience, and it's actually pretty fun. But like, that is going to be a massive undertaking for that private server if they want to add in the story missions, because they're essentially going to have to research them all and recreate them by hand. Like, research footage for them and whatnot. Look up every bit of footage they can find for them, just so they can recreate them. Which, hopefully, there is enough footage out there for all of that stuff. Hopefully, there's enough documentation, even if it's in just Japanese, that people are able to pull this off. But yeah, it's a big undertaking for that. And I don't know if, at the very least, the episode 1 stuff for the online, the online story mode, that might have been, in some versions, have been, like, stored in local files, maybe? Maybe. I hope that is the case. That way I can at least cover a part of that, the storyline for episode, like for Universe, outside of just the single player stuff. Because admittedly, I think Universe's story, I haven't played the actual single player one, but I think that as soon as you get into the Ambition of the Illuminous stuff, the expansion pack they did, actually got pretty interesting. Ambition of the Illuminous was in general a massive upswing for the quality of Universe. But yeah, like, be covering... So basically, so far, plans would be... Phantasy Star Online episodes 1 and 2, then episode 3, then episode 4. Or maybe I switch it around depending on how I'm feeling, because, once again, 3 and 4, like, 3 does happen after 4. So, yeah. 4 was literally made just for the Blue Burst release. I'm gonna Photon Blast here. But yeah, so Phantasy Star Online episode 1, 2, 3, and 4, then Phantasy Star Universe, then, I'm gonna have to look up Ow. I was talking. Jeez. Rude enemies. I might as well take this moment to sell some stuff. Honestly, that dagger +5 is probably worth keeping. The multi-hit nature of the dagger plus more damage on it in the first place actually is pretty nice. You get rid of the... So the Partisan is actually weaker than the sword right now. It's just that it attacks faster, does have more accuracy though, and evasion on it. That dagger would be very good for the next area if it was a better dagger in the first place. I'll get rid of it. I should be getting some more notable upgrades for my equipment soon enough anyways. Oh hey, rest to level 2. I barely use it, but it's still nice to have on hand. If I ever need to run into a situation where I need to convert TP into health. Oh, hey, autoguns. You know what? I might as well get one. I have just barely enough ATA for them as well. Well, say I should get one, but I don't have the money for it. Did not want to actually equip that. Whoop. The dim handgun +5 though, that's actually nice. I'm gonna keep that. Because the dim effect on that, what dim does is it's a chance of instant kill. I believe it's no damage, it just has a chance to instantly kill things. Let's just try that out. Well, I guess I get my chance to look back and see if I missed anything, because that's the one on the slimes. Yeah. But anyways, to continue what I was saying about covering Phantasy Star. So, yeah, episodes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then, Universe. Universe is single player at the least. Try and figure out if I can do the online story in any way. If there's any sort of way that, like, any version of the game that had the online story stored locally. And then, because I can't do the Ambition of the Illuminous stuff. I already know that for a fact. Wait, customize? I should apply extra attack there. Yeah. Let's just see. Come on. Extra attacks, from what I recall, have extremely low accuracy modifier usually. I think this thing might just be immune to instant death anyways. Yeah, I think it's just immune to instant death. But yeah, So yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to do Ambition of the Illuminous or anything that came after, which is unfortunate because I actually kind of regret not being able to finish the story for Universe. The online story, at least. I did all of the Ambition of the Illuminous stuff and got into some of the post stuff. Though admittedly, they shut down the servers they shut down the American servers for that way before that story was done. And they shut down the Japanese servers after the story was done. So that would actually require like fan translation work to figure out what happened. I hope that stuff is not too complex to try and recreate, but I do remember it had dialogue choices and whatnot. So that is a new type of trap that it'll be popping up. Parasite mine. Yeah, as you can see, just basically clings to us like that. And yeah, as you can see here, the amount of targets a sword can target is pretty impressive. Yeah, it should be time to upgrade my mag again. I think I mentioned it before, but I believe higher synchro rate. It's either synchro rate or IQ that determines how often, like how fast the photon blast gauge fills, and the other one determines either how strong the photon blast is, or how often and strong its additional effects are that a mag can have. The mag can actually have effects like granting like automatically healing you when you reach critical HP sometimes. Stuff like that. Yeah, I keep getting distracted. But yeah, so like I said though, plans for the future are like after the few bits of things that I can do in Universe, and I would be moving to either Phantasy Star Portable 2 or Phantasy Star 0. somehow I feel like Phantasy Star Zero is the more overlooked one of those two. Somehow, even though it was on the DS. But Portable 2 is like notable for the fact that it was on the PSP, and it's the one that came before Phantasy Star. Well, Portable 1 is the one that's notable for the fact that it came before Phantasy Star Portable 2, basically. And Portable 2 is an extremely noteworthy game and one of the best in the franchise, and Portable 2 Infinity especially is my favorite game in all of Phantasy Star. That game is fantastic, and I cannot wait to get there. And then yeah, eventually covering, then after that, it'd be Portable 2. And then Phantasy Star Fridays might just branch out into multiple days, so that way I can work on the endless game that is Portable 2, and also start to cover, like, maybe start to cover, like, the story stuff in PSO2. Yeah, like I said, it's an undertaking that I've decided to go with, of just covering all of the post-online Phantasy Star Games stories. I'm stuck. Oh, I already had one of those. I'm gonna go into my item pack and sort automatically, just to make it easier on myself when I'm using the quick menu. Maybe that sort will have a decent effect on it. I'm just gonna go back into customize though. Well, I still want to show off the dim effect, see if I can get it to work. There we go. Just, yeah, like I said, very, very low accuracy, but a chance to instantly kill, if it does connect. It is just that this has an abysmal accuracy modifier attached to it. Cannot shoot at it from that angle. Let's just switch back to... let's go with the brand for now. And let's figure out which direction is progress. That's where we came from. So it's either up or down. I believe it would be up, because one of these leads to a teleporter. Oh, I think it might have just come from here. Yes, I did. Because I remember picking up the Meseta in that corner. Well, so yeah. Sometimes traps can have status effects on them too. Here we go. And back to here. Oh, hey. Thankful that he missed. Yeah, you can see by the fact that my damage hasn't really gone up that much. I've gained like 3 levels, and I've gained a point of damage in Zonda on those guys from each level, basically. So, yeah, magic is functional for me. And here we go. But yeah. Whatever these are, they are a distinct sign that sentient life was on Raggle. And with that, we have finished government mission 2-2. There's 2 more to go. I don't know how long they are. They could very much be like an hour long each. So I should mention that in the original release, from what I recall, in the original release, basically the stuff with the pillars was only really brought up with just the messages from Rico. So you were basically as in the dark, and they weren't as in the... They were very obviously something big story-wise, but you just kind of came across them. That was it. That was all it was. And you didn't really get it brought up much by the principal here. The game wasn't really guiding you to them. It was just the fact that they were so notable. That's what guided you to them. Once again, you were just kind of stumbling around trying to figure things out with only the messages from Rico to really help. So yeah, it is going to be like the one side mission we did, where we were collecting the data on the various different creatures. Might as well check how full my items are. Also, just as a slight side thing, did I close that tab? Yeah, Trimates, trying to buy them right now is way too high price for us. I'm not gonna need Tri-Fluid for anytime soon. Even Dye-Fluid. Game handgun's neat, but I'm gonna not keep it for now. But I'm gonna load this back up, because I just want to check, okay, so this one actually shouldn't be too long. This one is gonna just send us straight into caves number 2. And, as has been said, our goal is to get to cave 3, the deepest part of the caves, and kill things that live there to try and get some idea on what is going on with these creatures. It really is that side mission, but just for caves. Which, admittedly, is a much more direct story important thing, considering kind of what's been going on. That these very much do not seem like naturally occurring creatures. We kind of want to figure out why that is the case. I should put Monomate back onto my right button circle for my controller. Whoop. Greetings. There we go. Wait, no, not rest up. Monomate. There we go. Yeah, the fact these are altered beasts. That altered does a lot of work there for implying things. And yeah, as Rico has noted, they ain't right. They ain't natural. Something's weird. And as the previous government missions also have kind of implied, there's no way that Pioneer 1 couldn't have known about these things. They're very instantly recognizable in a way that's, like, concerning. So why wouldn't Pioneer 1 have any data on them that they sent to us? Because with the other creatures, we have data on them, but our data is that they are not that aggressive normally. Time. Oh. Time to go to the deepest parts of the caves, figure out what the hell is going on. At least here. Okay. Already saw that one. Ow. These ones just explode instantly, huh? That's the actual biggest purpose of the trap vision is so you can see where they are and target them before anything else. I'm going to be switching to the partisan. Oh, don't know how it whiffed, but I'm grateful it did. Ooh, a defense material. Again, I actually don't know if I should use that, though. Because materials are the one thing that, if I recall correctly, there's a limit on how many you can use, period. So it's like, well, you actually want to, like, make sure you don't use materials that aren't really going to benefit you long-term and whatnot. Think. Yeah, we might have seen all of the messages for Caves 2. Come on. So yeah, just heavy attack with the brand works a lot better right now than trying to magic them. It is neat that thanks to the quick menu stuff, this game is still sort of menu-based for being an action RPG. I'm always a big fan of that sort of mix of when a game is like able to do, when it is distinctly an action RPG but does have menuing in it and is able to pull it off in an engaging way. Part of the reason why I really love how the Final Fantasy VII Remake plays. I actually absolutely adore that remake. It's fantastic. Also a big thing that I liked a lot in the Trials of Mana remake too. Hopefully it's not going to take us too long to get to Caves 3. I'm probably not going to be able to do Caves, like the 4th mission though, until next time, because I've already been going for over 4 hours now. And from what I checked, the 4th mission covers all of Caves. Is 1, 2, and 3. So presumably it's going to be basically like a free run through it. By the way, I am going to say, it's probably, like, so, when I'm checking the server's own mission guide, It does mention that there are one player number values for the government quest. Knowing my luck, to unlock those, I needed to just do the side missions. And that I've actually just been unnecessarily doing things the hard way. Oh, Cat wants up. Or does he just want pets? Seems like it's just the pets. Ow. Ow. I'm gonna avoid that one then. Okay, there we go. Ooh, a die grinder. Die grinder. Weird emphasis I put on it there. I think I mentioned it before because I had one in my bank, but those are what you use to get plus marks on weapons you already have. So you're not at the whim of a weapon requiring, like, hoping that a weapon spawns with good plus marks on it. I forget the exact limits that a weapon can get to, though. It might be just 10, it might be 20, it might be 30. Hector just went off to the side and is now chomping some plastic. He found something to chew on. Right, I used my level 2 resto, right? Well, I'm filling up fast. Well, actually not that fast, because I've been barely picking up anything. Come on. Whatever. It's gonna take out some bigger enemies too, so whatever. Yeah, I don't know why I picked up that saber in retrospect. I don't know why I picked it up in retrospect to such an extent that... There. This is just gonna cost me money, and it's not gonna give me money back enough from selling it. Gonna hold off on using anything more. Like, everything else I could think of potentially using would be, like, to try and see if I could lower the defense stat that it has. Okay. Magician TP will, as you might guess, will just raise my TP. It's actually kind of bad because of that in comparison to the fact that there are other units that, well, they raise your your mental strength in the first place, and doing that alone raises your TP. So it's like, to some extent, that TP boost needs to be pretty significant. To justify a slot over a potential, like, other mind-raising one. There we go. Caves 3. Very notably mechanized in comparison to everything else we've just seen. There's vents here, there's cooling systems. So, a note for an enemy we have not seen yet, Pan Arms. Okay, so that's where I came from. I just somehow didn't have it on my map. Yeah, this is... This is pretty heavily, like... There's a lot of work that's been going on down here. There's signage up. And there we go. Pan Arms. So, these guys are pretty unique in how they function. So, there we go. They'll split up. Okay, yeah, and I can sword both of them. I forget the exact sort of limits on, like, how they take damage, like, before they split up. I forget exactly how that works. Because I'm pretty sure that they can still take physical damage, but I wasn't doing anything, so... I don't know exactly how much that is the case. It might be that they just don't take, they take only magical, then only physical. But I also recall being able to use magic against their second phase. And admittedly, if they only take magic damage, that would lock out casts from damaging them, if a cast was playing solo. Unless traps counted as magic damage, which they probably do. Or it's like, well, they're locked out of physical damage, but not They're locked out of melee damage or something like that. And guns work on them, probably. It might be also possible to get them to, like, separate without damaging them. Also might as well note, Megium and Hidum, because Migi and Hidari for left and right. Japanese for left and right. So I believe it's specifically not just that we need to get into Caves 3, because the timer hasn't started, but I believe it's that we need to get into a second section of Caves 3. Which I say that looking at the, like, guide for the mission that says Caves 3 2-2. Well, 2/2. Now my cat is sucking up again. Okay, this is one that requires a full party. And I might as well just take a brief moment to get my cat what he wants. And back. Yeah, he could see the bottom of his bowl. It was empty, Tim. Oh. 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 Okay, made it through. should be getting close to the end of this part of the Caves 3. Ow. Oh, Star Atomizer. Oh! I thought I already triggered that one. Huh. Yeah, that little switch behind that was to take the safe way out. Okay, here we go. Oh, never mind. I believe this is back at the start? Yeah. Going through all that might have been what opened up this door. I don't know if this door was locked. I wasn't paying attention. No! So yeah, that dot in the mini-map, that is where no enemy is, that's going to be another pan arms. Yep. I'm just going to keep swinging until they separate. They took the slightest bit of damage from that mine. Okay, yeah, they just separate automatically. I believe you hit them enough, even if it doesn't do damage. Oh hey, they can apply Gelin and Zalur. That one hit me with Gelin, so I am now hit with an attack down debuff. Actually kind of a notable one too. Well, it's a 10, well, not 10% loss, but I've lost 10 damage, at least. Ow. At the very least, when they apply their debuffs, they don't really do too much damage with them. Yeah, it seems like they just full-on get stun-locked. Okay, wait, where is this? So that would be the path back to the start. Okay. I want to go back where I came from. Yeah, you could hear them separate in the room. Ow. That one didn't try to debuff me, it just smacked me. I don't know if Doom can debuff, actually. Still just getting daggers. I'd be expected to get the, like, blue dagger by now. No. Well, I guess that solves the problem. No, it didn't. It does not hit landmines stuck to you. I don't trust this. Okay, I can trust it. Okay. So that would be a way back then, wouldn't it? Unless I need to kill the enemies that spawned in that room to open up the next door? I doubt it, but... Let's just see. There's that little 90-degree angle there. But that's a 4-player room. Yeah, my only guess is that it's something to do with this room that'll open the next door. I gained another level, so... I didn't gain a point of damage on Zonda. Okay, yeah, I heard a door unlocking, so that was what I needed to do. Oh. Ah! Well. That was particularly mean. Gonna sell some stuff again. Yeah, only 10 TP, that's nothing. Well, more than anything else, time to store some things. Oh, not Musetta. Defense material, die grinder. And while I'm at it, let's take out that general mind. And these two. Because if I equip this, I'll be able to learn the spell. 1 point off. I'm gonna buy this for when I get something with 2 slots. I should just drop that sword that I'm not using. This one. Oh. You have anything new to say? Yeah, it's only gonna progress once I reach the mines. Oh. Time to just keep walking. Ow. The sudden slam into the ground is what gets me. So I believe that they actually separate based on the amount of time they're not able to hit you. So if you basically just stay on their sides like this, that's what causes them to separate. Yeah. But with magic, you can, like, damage them still when they're combined. There we go. Took a bit. Oh. There we go. This will take us to where we want to go. And there's a portal back out. Okay, that portal will take us to Caves 3 Part 2. Here we go. So, we have 9 minutes to kill everything. Which, considering our damage on our heavy attack, shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, you're right, I should have focused on the Poison Lily first. I'm sorry. Oh. That sound should be signifying that I'm part of the way there. Ooh, hard shield. That should be an upgrade. And it is. It is specifically for level 16. I'm not going to heal the poison. Take care of everything that can poison me first. Okay, so Medium can apply both debuffs, and Hidum just attacks you with a lot of damage. Oh, so that's why they get stun locked, seemingly. Because when you kill off one side, the other side gets depressed and just gives up. I think that's what's been happening. Yeah. But yeah, now I have Zalura on me, so I'm taking more damage when I get hit. You having less defense. And just after I upgraded my shield, too. So I just need these guys to split up. Yep, and that'll stop this guy from attacking. Ow. He just refreshed it, I'm pretty sure. Oh. Asshole. I wonder, does the Soul Atomizer... Okay, it does remove debuffs. So I was wondering what I could be doing more than just removing a paralysis poison. And there. That is another government mission down. Oh, just going to quickly check the... Wait, did doing the, like, tutorial side mission unlock solo play side missions for me? Well, solo play government missions for me? Doesn't look like it. I don't know why that's not here then. Because it should be. Yeah. Anyways, I figured this is actually a better location to end this on, just because of the music being nice. Well, than just a lobby with other people standing around. There we go, now this is the good music. So, anyways, been like 5 hours of PSO2? Well, PSO. So, next time we'll be finishing off the caves in the government quests, and then be tackling some more side missions and tackling some of the government quests for the next area after the caves. So I might as well mention this here right now. So first of all, of course, though, it's going to be next Friday. On Monday, I'll be continuing Halo 3 ODST and doing some side content in that, showing off more of the game that isn't just progression through the story. So I'll be searching for the audio logs by Sadie, and I'll be also most likely showing off Firefight. And yeah, also, I might as well mention this because on Sunday, a friend of mine, Million Sandwiches, will be doing a charity stream to celebrate his birthday. And let me just once again pull up the retweet just to get the information from it. So starting at 10 a.m. Central on September 25th, that's this upcoming Sunday, Millie will be playing various fighting games with various friends of his for the sake of the Trevor Project to support LGBTQ youth across the country. The US in this case. And yeah, various different games like Smash Ultimate, Guilty Gear Strive, Rivals of Ether, Melty Blood, Multiverses, potentially Multiverses. That game's a mess, but it's a janky mess, and that's the reason why to play it. I'll be showing up for Smash Ultimate and Melty Blood, which will be later in the day. But yeah, it's worth checking out. And yeah, anyways, so that was today's Phantasy Star Friday, and next week we'll be continuing with progressing through the game. Thanks to everybody who joined in as usual, and catch y'all next time.